Yep. All right, ladies and gents. I think we have the bulk of you back and ready to continue with the program. We had a really great start earlier on today, on time, and I think we're going to continue in that vein in terms of keeping to the allocated time for the rest of the program. Okay, all good, all back. Are you ready to continue with the program? Yep, awesome. Well, I'm sure you enjoyed lunch, but even more importantly, obviously, the breakout sessions and an opportunity to air your views and add to what already was said earlier on today. So also judging by just how involved all of you were in those particular discussions, I'm sure that there are some salient points that need to be discussed, further discussed now, and of course shared. We're going to do just that via a podium discussion. So I'd like to welcome to the stage the participants for this podium discussion. Let's welcome from the United States of America, April Heinrichs coming up on stage. From Tahiti, we've got Ethel Taputa. From Colombia, Selena Sierra coming up. From Moldova, Natalia Sebon. From Singapore, we've got Julie T. From Algeria, Radia Fertul. And from England, Sally Horrocks will be one of the participants, part of this podium discussion. I'd also like to welcome onto the stage an individual who will be taking over from me and moderating this podium discussion. And she is the head of the Women and Girls Football Department at the German Football Association. Please welcome Ms. Heike Ulrich.
I think we are missing one person. But I said we should start. So whenever person number 7 will arrive, she should just join us here on stage. So thank you, Carol, for that warm welcome. For our group, we had quite interesting discussions this morning about governance, which is the main headline for this morning sessions. And now it's our turn to do some kind of wrap-up and also to learn from your group discussions about the output, and maybe we have got some good ideas and even wishes, requests, or even advices to other federations or even to other confederations or to FIFA, how we can forward our development in women's football. I would like to start with April Heinrichs. April represents, of course, one of the leading countries in women's football, US Soccer. She's technical director on women's football, but of course, we all know her also as one of the best coaches we have in our world, one of the leading players in our world. So you have got quite a career, and you have a view from different perspectives to women's football. And if you speak about structure in women's football, we all know we need a structure in women's football. From your perspective of a leading country, so how should women's football be structured in a federation? Like your country, is it just like there should be a desk, there should be some person? Is it like we need an office? It's team sport, it's not just one person. Do we need an own building? Do we need our own federation? So what's your opinion about that?
Well, I take some of the comments from the group and from my own experience over the years. I think we have watched and looked at other countries because soccer, football came to America so late compared to other sports. So we spent a lot of time learning from the other countries, and we try to learn from every country that we can. Germany's actually one of the best models. And we take the German model of succession planning and structure, and organization, and we say, what can we add to that, and how can we make it more American for us? And the key word for us would be team, a team of people. So we don't have a desk where a lady sits at the desk in America and she's in charge of women's football, because for obvious reasons, the message of a desk is not that healthy. But we try to bring a team of people together on the challenges in front. And with our group that we just spoke with in the breakout group, we talked about integrating women's football into the men's side in terms of the structure. Having a women's task force is what we have in America. The task force works very independent. I oversee it. I work with the general secretary, the director of national teams, and we integrate, and then we send our requests up to the board of directors directly. So it's a very direct pathway from our task force, women's task force, up to the board of directors.
So this task force is more or less the same like women's football committees in other countries, or is it a little bit different, more technical structure?
It's heavy on the technical side in terms of development of the game, and because there are other pieces at U.S. Soccer that are working on the marketing and the promotions. It's very integrated in America. And it's a team of people. It's the important piece that I shared with our group this morning is that a quota of one person cannot do all the work. It takes a little bit of synergy, energy of 2, 3. In Germany's case, we know you have very many women working on the game. And that team of women, from Tina to yourself to Sylvia and all of the women that you have involved, makes it stronger.
Yeah, team sport we learned, and then you learned from Germany. That's nice to know that we shouldn't speak too often together. But you also said it's important to adapt it to your own culture.
Yes.
I would then forward with Natalia. Natalia, I know that you're doing a lot of grassroots also in your country. Yeah, we have to swap the microphones. I think you've got to.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and as you're doing a lot of grassroots, I could imagine that your idea of the perfect structure of women's football in your federation is a little bit different. So what's your opinion about your perfect structure, as we have a lot of countries who might have the same level of development?
Yeah, we're right. The grassroots, we put it the basic to develop the women football. A lot of projects, as you know, we have a gold status like grassroots. Because our vision that we need to create like a pyramid to have a good, really very good basic on which we'll make a platform to develop for new players, from where we'll grow. That is more important for us.
And where are you dedicated to? Is it so you are connected to the development department or the technical department?
We are connected with the technical department. They are responsible with all the project development, project women football. Also, the part of national teams, they have also the technical department, because the coaches, programs with the coaches, and our national teams all have one person who is responsible. So we can say that women football in our federation does technical department, because if we connect with competitions, we have a separate competition. So all structures, which means for men's, also the women's, but also I'm as a person who manage this.
So you are the connecting point,
yes,
the interface
the
position in your federation, which means you have to be very nice also to people who should help you to get your synergies, which you can use also from boys football development, men football development.
Yes, just in this case, because we are a small country, a small federation, we have no so big people in the FA. So just together we can do something, not just me alone. All federation, it means we have a competition, I have question, or I have something to help. I guiding to the competition department, or like this.
Okay.
We are working.
Thank you. So, Etel from Tahiti, I learned that you are also one of the countries who forward the FIFA program Live Your Goals. in your country. How does that help also to develop football development in your country? Yeah, we need.
Yorana, tout le monde. Si ça vous dérange pas, je vais parler en français parce qu'en Polynésie, on parle le français.
If you don't mind,
ça va
I'll
être plus
speak French
facile
because
pour
in
moi
Polynesia we speak French, so it would be
comment
easier for me
on fonctionne dans
to
notre
explain how it all
pays.
functions in
D'abord,
our
ce qu'il faut tenir
country.
compte, c'est que la
We have to
Polynésie
take
française
into
est composée
account the
de
fact that
117 îles qui sont réparties
French Polynesia
sur
is
au moins
117
5 millions de
islands,
kilomètres
over
carrés.
5 million
difficile
square
pour
kilometers,
nous,
so it's difficult for us
pour nous déplacer et pour
to
pouvoir
move around
travailler tous ensemble.
and
Donc,
to work
on a
all
besoin de
together.
beaucoup de moyens
So
financiers
we need a
et
lot of
surtout
financial
humains pour
means
pouvoir
and a
atteindre
lot of
toutes les
human
îles.
resources as well to
Le
reach all the
programme
different
Live Your
islands.
Goals en
Some of the
Polynésie va,
problems
à mon
in
sens, apporter
Polynesia,
beaucoup
in my
à la petite
Wales,
fille, à la jeune fille,
so
à la jeune femme
our association has
l'adulte
brought
de
a
demain.
lot to young girls and to
Derrière
the
les
adults of
cocotiers, derrière
tomorrow.
le sable blanc.
Behind the coconuts and the
Je peux vous
white
dire qu'en
beaches, I
Polynésie,
can tell you that
c'est pas si évident tous
in
les
Polynesia
jours.
it's not always obvious every
C'est
day.
vrai qu'on a
It's
la
true
place de la femme en Polynésie
that the
est
place of
assez
the woman in
facile, je peux
Polynesia
dire, par rapport à ce qui
is
se passe dans le reste du
rather
monde.
easier than in other
Mais
countries in the
c'est pas
world,
évident tous les
but it's
jours.
not always obvious every day.
Et je suis persuadée
And
qu'avec
I'm
le
sure
programme Live Your Goals,
that
on va
with
pouvoir
the Live Your Goal programs, we'll
pouvoir faire
be
des choses,
able to
on
do
va pouvoir
things
améliorer les
or to
conditions de
improve
vie de tous les jours
the
des
living
petites filles,
conditions
parce
in the daily life of young girls,
le programme permet aux petites
because the
filles
program
d'intégrer
allows young girls to
les domaines qui sont
integrate
toujours et
areas that
souvent
are
trop
always
réservés
and
aux
too
hommes
often reserved
et aux
for men
garçons.
and for the boys.
Les problèmes économiques qui ont
The
eu
economical
en Polynésie nous a
problems of
obligés
Polynesia
à
in
mettre un
Polynesia
terme aux
forced us
activités
to
de football féminin.
stop a lot of
Et depuis
activities
cette
in
année, on a de nouvelles
female football,
directives, on a de nouveaux
soccer, but
objectifs
since this year we have new
qui sont
goals
de
and new
promouvoir
objectives,
le football
which is to
féminin. Et
promote
grâce au comité de
female
futsal, un
football,
comité de futsal réuni
and thanks to a
des
futsal
hommes et des
committee
femmes dans
that
chaque village.
regroups men
Grâce à
and
ces
women
comités
in
de
all
futsal, on va pouvoir faire du
villages
football
will be able to
avec
conduct
les
football
femmes et avec les
activities
filles. Et Live Your
with the
Goals,
girls
c'est
and
un
women.
moyen
And Lead Your
pour
Goal
nos
is a
petites filles
program
de jouer
that
au football.
allows our young girls to play
Merci beaucoup.
football.
So we switch to English again. Does anybody need the microphone so we can just have a 1 minute break? Maybe you can just hand over 2 or 3 microphones to the stage from left side. So here we see how Live Your Goals can also help to develop the female side of football, even if it maybe does not really have the influence to install committees and things like that, but at least as we have those support programs from FIFA or from our confederations, there is a need, and those federations and FIFA really ask us and demand, gives demand to federations to start somewhere and to find people, identify people who really promote the sport and the topic, of course, on the specific level. I would like to follow up with Selina. Selina, you are General Secretary, so you're in one of the decision-making positions in your federation. But I still can see that there might be, even for you in your position, challenging situations. So maybe you can describe those situations when you feel, okay, in here I'm really challenged, and maybe you also have some ideas how to get more women, qualified women, involved into women football structures in your federation.
Buenas tardes. Llevo
Good
23
afternoon.
años como
I
secretaria
have
general de
been
la Federación
General
Colombiana de Fútbol.
Secretary of the
He
Colombian
caminado de
Federation
la
of
mano
Football
del
for the last
director
23
técnico y de
years.
desarrollo
I also
para
have been
mejorar
in
en lo
charge
más-
of the
en lo más
coaches and
posible el
development,
fútbol
the
femenino.
technical development, and
Hemos
everything else
iniciado
so
una
that
buena
we can
campaña desde el
improve as
2007,
much as possible
donde
this
ya
sport
hemos
in the
asistido
country. We
a
started a
mundiales
campaign back in
sub-17, sub-20 y
2010,
mayores. Acabamos de
2007,
terminar el
and we have
mayores
just
con una buena
finished, as a matter of fact, one of the presentations and one of the
Intentamos que todas las
competitions, and it has
niñas
been one of the best ones we have had. Our intent is that all the children, all the women in particular, all the little girls can be more involved in this, so they will be seeing this sport not only as a sport, they will see it as a professional type of thing, and they will develop it. And we have seen that we developing all of this, and in spite of the fact that we don't have a national league, we will continue with a tremendous amount of support from our fan club, from the amateur club, we started to develop this sport from the time that these women are very young children. And this is an opportunity for the Colombian football to go ahead. And in spite of the fact that we have no resources, as a matter of fact, we get our resources from marketing and from the men's football. And then FIFA, of course, gives us some help, and this is the one. So we have some help after all, but more than anything else, we have been able to promote the sport, and it has been very good up to now.
And what do you think, is it easier for you to use those synergies, for example, from marketing income, as you are in a decision-making position, or does it help that you are in that position?
Sí. Con el mercadeo,
well, with marketing,
todo lo que la Mayores ha logrado con
and with anything that the major leagues of the men's leagues have given us, obviously this has helped us. Obviously, it goes without saying that FIFA gives us some resources, but I think there should be more. FIFA is trying to promote the idea of a woman's soccer that FIFA should give us more resources.
Okay, so here's a clear message to FIFA. So one question to Julie from Singapore. So if you're in a perfect world in your federation, what do you think, which is the levels women football should have? So if it comes to management level, if it comes to EXCO membership, where do you think should women be implemented in your federation to help you building up women football structures?
At the moment, we have a standing committee, women's committee, but unfortunately, they're made up of all males. So I think the management is looking to identify a suitable female chairperson in the near future. But we do have a women's department in the federation, and for me, I do grassroots and women's football at the same time. And we are in the technical division. So in the technical division, I get links to coach education, to the academies, to different levels for development of women's football. And also, I liaise closely with other departments, which is very important. We need the competitions, we need media, marketing, referees, finance, that helps a lot in helping us to develop women's football because it involves a lot of things.
What is your personal opinion about when you're talking about your committee, which right now just has 100% men? Do you think it's a good way to speak about quotas? Are they helpful, or is it even not good to use those tools? Quotas, like at least 10% women, 15% women, yes, 30% women, whatever?
It would help a lot. Like when we discussed in the group, majority of them felt that women representation is important. Is because we have the passion. We would have the passion, and we would know about women's football. And an influential person would be good to have in the EXCO.
Okay, so Sally, you are one of the advisors for the FA, which is England. And I know that you're quite experienced also if it comes to leadership. I mean, we are all talking about we would like to have women in our infrastructures, but I think we also need qualified women. So do you have ideas or good role models how to qualify women, how to identify those women and then qualify and implement them into our structures?
Thank you, Heike. I think the issue of gender and the promotion of women really is a leadership issue. It's not a women's issue. And there's a strong moral and business case, I think, in football and in all organisations for good leadership. So I think it's about the way in which we organise our member associations so that we can deliver the best for women's football. And at the moment, our leadership structures, I think, are dominated by men. So I think the challenge for us is to decide, do we accept that, or do we challenge it through our governance? So in terms of challenging that and looking at the promotion of women through those structures, I think it's very important that we give authority to the people who really understand the business of women's football, and on the whole, the people that understand it and that could inform the strategy are women, not exclusively. I think it's very important. It's a blend of men and women. So if we could give authority, delegated authority, budget authority, strategic authority to those people who understand what they are seeking to deliver, whoever is best qualified, I think that would be a big step forward. That requires, I think, all of us to look at what skills and experience are required. And if that's a man, great. If it's a woman, even better. And then to look at the structures of our organizations to try to make sure, for me, I think we are more credible if we are within, the expression that was used this morning in one of our groups, within the tent, that women's football wasn't outside of men's football, but that we had influence and credibility within the organizations. So if we can blend the best of women and the best of men, promote, and do that according to the right skills and experience, I think we would do a good job.
Interesting point. So it doesn't necessarily has to be the woman to promote women football, but of course it's nice to have qualified women. But we also need men who help us with their experience, to bring the topic further. Radia, one question to you. I mean, it's nice if we are always saying it would be nice to have some more women in our structure. What do you think, how important is it to implement, for example, a quota of women into a committee, into our statutes of our federations?
Thank you. Merci, mais vous me permettez, je vais parler en français.
Oui.
So
La
if you
question,
let
ça
me,
serait,
I'd like to speak French.
La question,
The question,
c'est très important d'avoir
it is very important to have a statute, that in the statutes, to have women in the committees with quotas.
Donc, je vais commencer tout d'abord.
First of all,
vous donner une petite notre expérience.
I will speak about our experience in Algeria with women football. In Algeria, women football started only in 1997, so hardly 17 or 18 years ago. So when we started, there was only 3 or 4 clubs for the whole country. And we started by creating a national team before creating a championship. After that, we didn't have sufficient means. You know, we were lacking on the financial side and lacking sufficient people. And then with the election of our latest president, the president committed to develop more ambitions and more motivation, and he started by structuring in that area. So he started to establish some structures, first of all by forming a national committee or commission for women football, second structure which is the Department of Female Football, Women Football, which is part of the National Technical Bureau, and thirdly we started a national league in charge of the competitions. So these 3 structures ensure the development of women football and work in collaboration all together. They work together. So at the present time, we have a national championship formed of which regroups 16 clubs, and the federation ensures the means, or gives us the means, and pays for the for traveling, for the lodging, and feeding the members of the clubs. If not, you cannot organize a national championship. Wouldn't be possible. We also have regional championship for under 17, under 20, and even seniors. So with these 3 structures, they all work together, and their main goal is to develop women football. Within the department, Mr. Sheikh is also an instructor at FIFA. He was my coach before when I was playing internationally, and we worked together with the department for one single project, which is the development of women football in Algeria.
ce qui fait exactement actuellement sur le plan même formation de l'encadrement féminin. Il y a tout un projet pour élever le nombre des entraîneurs femmes, des arbitres femmes et même des dirigeantes femmes.
Referees throughout the country. Thank you.
Yes, so he is a good role model where we see that a former international player is implemented into the women's football system right now. Let's raise that topic. So what kind of projects, ideas, programs do you have to identify and implement former national team players into your structure of women's football? Not necessarily as coaches, maybe also as managers, as referees. So do you have any ideas how to do that? Open question to everybody. April, you're a former coach. How did it come that US Soccer hired you? How did they identify you?
One of the phrases I use and we use is recruit, retain, and reward women. So if you want to find women to be involved at the leadership structure, in the coaching element, in the refereeing element, I would think it would be very difficult to recruit people to be referees. That's, compared to being a coach, the referee takes so much criticism. I think that would be very difficult. So we recruit. And in the recruitment process, I think in America, there's a certain amount, there's an effort to find women. There's an effort. I think the effort can be bigger. If a woman is doing the hiring, for example, myself, I'll make 20 phone calls. I'm going to find this woman that's a good candidate for a position. And if I can't find her, it's because she's not ready yet. So I'll recruit 20 and make 20 phone calls. I think sometimes when a man is in charge of the hiring process or the selection process for a committee member, he will call me and ask, do you have anyone? Can you recommend anyone? And he might make 2 phone calls. I'll make 20 phone calls. So we have to be determined to find the women and really look for qualified women. That's the one piece, recruit, retain, reward. And I spend a great deal of time recruiting.
Do you define the program beforehand, the profile beforehand, or you just say, okay, she's experienced, so come in?
Right. Depending on the position we're looking for, if it's a committee member, that's a different profile of a person. If it's a coach, that's a different profile. And for example, right now we're hiring a physiologist. So we define the profile. What is the profile of the person we're looking for? And when we mean profile, it means their skill set. What's the skill set? And we look for the very best female we can find. And of course, if all things are equal, we would try to take the female. If they're not equal, they're just not equal yet. Can we involve that person in another capacity to upskill them?
Yep. Another open question then, or maybe some other ideas how to get those players involved into the match. We have got 7 experts here.
So first of all, we must create this possibility. So, like for example, in our country, we create who wanted to be as maybe a coach, and for girls, we give them opportunity to come and to have this course for free. Also, if somebody wanted to be as a referee, we have a special course. Also, the boys, girls, exception for everybody. So, first to identify it specially. So sometimes in our grassroots project, we involve especially girls to be like an instructor, like a volunteer, from to have this experience and as how they're working, we see and we choose.
Okay, so it's very important to use the experience that we have on the floor. Maybe 2 more questions. One is, are there any ideas how to infect the current decision makers with the women's football virus that we all recognize? Of course, football is for everybody. It's open for boys and girls. We just learned one case study from Japan, which also came some kind of by chance because he listened to some words that Tina Toyne said. So any ideas how to infect our decision makers, Sally?
Just 2 points that have helped me in my experience. One is to talk the language of those men, of those decision makers, and often that's a business language, and explain how women's football is good for the reputation of football as a whole. It shouldn't be to the detriment of men's football, it should enhance it. And also in doing that, make sure that they understand that it's good for the organisation as a whole. So it's good for business, it's not just good for football. So it will enhance their reputation too.
Yeah, it shows that we really need also good arguments, not just emotions, to convince people why football, of course, is for everybody. Final question for everybody. Just one sentence, please. Be quick in your answer. If there's a perfect world for you, please dream further the next 5 or even 10 years. As we all learned, development takes some time. In one sentence, where do you see women's football in your federation from the governance side? Is it like, I would like to install another or a committee, or I would like to have just female coaches, whatever it is, I would like to have a female director. So one sentence for everybody in 10 to 5 years. Maybe we start with Selina.
Alinear los estatutos modelo para la presencia de la mujer.
First of all, we should have the internal regulations so that we can find out and identify which way the women goes, and we should guarantee that the women will have a vote in all the decisions of the committee.
Thank you. Next one. Yeah. Your dream in 5 years.
En français, tu as dit quoi? En français?
Dans 5 ou 6 années.
5 or 6 years? What is your dream for the next 5 years?
Pour les 5 et les 10 ans à
For the
venir,
next
ce que j'espère
5 or
pour
10 years, what I
pour
hope for
la
Haiti,
Polynésie, c'est
for
que
Polynesia,
la femme,
is that
je suis
women,
persuadée qu'elle joue aussi bien que notre haïtienne, mais que la
you
femme,
know, and also for men, but basically for women, that women have
dans le
more
monde,
opportunity
dans le monde du travail,
in the
dans le monde du
workplace,
sport, dans le monde de l'éducation.
in sports and in
J'espère vraiment que
education.
la femme ait
I
un peu
truly
plus
believe that
d'opportunités,
women
que
have
grâce
more
au sport,
opportunities to
elles vont
seize,
pouvoir
and
faire
thanks
beaucoup
to
plus de
sport,
choses.
that they can do many more things.
Merci.
Thank
Et
you.
pour Singapour.
I would like to see that women's football in Singapore is seen as football, is normal football, and not just something on its own. At the moment, it's like just a participation sport. It's something that, you know, for mass participation.
Donc pour l'Algérie, je souhaiterais
So for
dans l'avenir,
Algeria, what can I say about the
dans
future?
l'avenir,
I hope
que le
that
problème culturel
the
et
cultural
social
issues, the
et on
social
va éviter,
issues
cette situation de mentalité pour
will
essayer
be
de développer
avoided, the whole
ce
mentality be
football
changed
féminin.
for women's
Je
football.
terminerai par une
And I would
phrase,
like to end with a sentence
toujours le SG de la fédération, c'est
that we
d'investir
say in
dans
the
l'être
federation
humain.
is you need to invest in human
Essayer
beings.
d'investir dans l'être humain.
Try to invest in human
Et
beings
donner,
and
plus de
to
place,
give
pour la
more
femme
space
algérienne dans
to
toutes les
Algerian
structures
women
chargées du
in
football
all
féminin. Et en
structures
sport en
dealing
général.
with
Voilà, merci.
women's football and sport in general.
Michael?
From a governance perspective, I would love to see women's football organised in a way so that its board or its committee is populated by those that really understand women's football and are going to deliver it as effectively as they can to deliver their dream, whether that's be winning the World Cup or having millions of girls participating, but a really effective leadership team that includes all those people that really understand and lead women's football effectively.
Thank you, Sally. And then for Moldova?
So I would like that in 5 years, the meaning in our country, the mentality will change 100%. So now it's changed, but nobody will feel so we have women football. Nobody will make these questions.
So mind change is
Yes.
major topic here. April for US?
Yeah, this is a great question I've never thought about because I've never been involved in the political side of sport. But I remember when we hired Jill Ellis, our current national team coach, it was the first time in our history, we didn't talk about should we hire a man or should we hire a woman. So it's so common now for us to have a female head coach. So as I was thinking and I had a little time, I thought in the next 4 years I would like to see a president of U.S. Soccer be a woman, the president of the United States of America be a woman, and the president of FIFA could be a woman. Why not?
I think there's nothing more to say, so just thank you to this round. I think it was a good warm-up for the afternoon sessions, and see you soon down in the next group discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was really, really fantastic. Thank you so much, Heike. You've done a fabulous job of really guiding that conversation. And that's why the breakout sessions are just so important, because there's so much that you have to say, and we really, really value and treasure your input. I think that the participants that we had out here did a great job of summarizing what it is that you expressed in your particular working group. So once again, a big thank you to Heike and the participants in this podium discussion as we discuss your findings when it comes to the topic of governance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there can be no development of the game without competitions. That brings us to our next topic of discussion, and that is competitions. We all know that they play a very critical and key role in football in general across the globe. So as we get ready for it, talking about competitions and taking us through the development period, because I heard as well during the podium discussion, Natalia from Moldova talking about the structures and the pyramid. Taking us through this is none other than a Swedish former football player. She's been the national coach of the Scotland women's team since March 2005. Please welcome Anna Signol.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you, Tatjana and FIFA, for giving me this opportunity to talk about something that is very important for me and has always been as a coach, as a player, but also now in Scotland as being a part of developing the whole game, and that is competitions. I hope I can inspire you for the next part of this and get you warmed up for the afternoon discussions. So competitions for me is the heartbeat of football. That is the core business. That is no football for me without competitions. And there is no competition without development, and there's no development without competition. And I'm starting to get so old, so I need these glasses to read my notes. Sorry about that. You member associations, you can make things happen. You can change things. That's why I relish this opportunity to talk to you from my experience. You are the key to success. This morning you have spoken about governance of the game and how important it is that you include women and girls into your strategies. That you plan and provide opportunities for girls and women to play and compete on their level, no matter what level that is. That you ensure the growth of the game so that we increase the number of female players. You play a crucial role in ensuring that the pathway is in place for players from grassroots to elite. You are the one who can provide women opportunities in the game as coaches, officials, leaders, no one else. And most important, you can give every girl and woman the chance to live their goals, to live their dreams. So, getting the competitions right is the key to success. It's with this pyramid in front of you, I want to show you how everything is depending on one another, how everything is linked and nothing can survive on its own. All levels are needed if you want to have sustainability in girls' and women's football. If we start on the grassroots level, here is where we need to give girls access to football. Here, we should grow the game. The larger the base you have, the bigger is your chance for success. Festivals in this age group is crucial. It is fantastic. It is the way to let girls discover the game. But festivals raise expectations, and they must be linked to sustainable programs and competitions through schools and clubs. So the clubs already at this point and on this level can take responsibility for developing their pathway and include girls in their activities. The competition here, of course, needs to be age appropriate. It needs to be of the circumstances in your country, after your level of players, after the access of players, the amount of players that you have. But it's important that every girl that comes to your activities enjoy the game. Mixed football is a great option in this age group, and even older, as long as it is developing and enjoyable for every individual that takes part. Already from this level, you should start also, of course, to engage and recruit, as you just talked about, female coaches, female referees. They can come from your youth level or your senior level. The environment on this level, of course, must be safe. It must be motivational, it must be inspirational. And we must ensure that these girls that come want to come back. We want them to become passionate football players and lifelong enjoyable of the game or participates of the game. Youth football, the next level, a very challenging level, but a very necessary level. This is the link between grassroots and senior. This is where you get your future senior players. A difficult level for everyone, not just for growing countries, it's even for big countries, because at this level you have players with all different ambitions and skills, and also different numbers. You have different geography in your countries, and it's a very important at this level that you have flexible approach. The environment, of course, is also important. It needs to be positive, it needs to be empowering, And this, when we deal with teenage girls, this is an age where football can give them self-esteem, self-confidence, and a good self-image. We also talk about how important on all levels it is to involve our governments, our schools, and all partners to help us to engage and develop these young women. Senior level, you can call it maybe the evolution of the pathway. As I said from the beginning, every level is necessary. So I said again, it's a necessary level to keep youth players in the game. This is their aspiration. This is where they want to play in the future. If you don't have this level, you will not keep your youth players. This is also where we can recruit our future coaches, officials, administrators, leaders, physios, doctors, and everyone involved. Also here, you need to have access and what's best for your country. What should this senior competition look like? How can we develop and compete? And I suggest that you do, as we have done in Scotland, that you take everyone together, that you as an AMA don't decide where the competition should be. You involve players, you involve coaches, and you involve clubs. And you try to get everyone engaged and to find out the best solution of your competition senior pathway. Again, the environment is important. Positive, of course, but here we're dealing with senior women. These women, these football players, they want to develop as football players. They are eager to learn more. They want to have a developmental environment. And that's why it's impossible. That's why it's important and that we give them as positive environment here as possible. When on this level women are given opportunities as coaches and officials, it's important that we promote them, that we support them, and that we give them mentors. A mentor can help a female coach a lot. A mentor can help a female referee a lot. It's very lonely to be a coach sometimes, and it's very lonely to be a referee. And here I think we have a great job to support these women when they have chosen a career path. I cannot stress enough that there won't be any competition and any games if we don't have facilities. And we need to try to help to give these competitions and these women facilities to play at. Well, it's all good to talk about the competition pathway from grassroots to senior, but what you also need to be successful is elite player pathway. A pathway for the best and for the one who wants to be the best. Here is our role models, here is our inspiration. The pathway should be the feeder to the national teams. Without this level, you won't attract the ones who want to be the best. You won't have any elite. In some countries, we are very strong in taking care of the weakest, but we are very weak in taking care of the strongest. And that's why we need an elite player pathway. That's why we need a plan from 12 to 10 years old up to senior, so that on every age level we have a plan for how to take care and develop our best players. This is where the best versus best apply. In Scotland, we talk about it takes 10,000 hours to be an expert. And that doesn't matter if it's football or if you want to become a violinist, but you need 10,000 hours. And if we want our girls and women to be experts, we need to give them the opportunity to train a lot. Regional academies, regional teams, call it development centers, talent centers, even national academies. Every country have their own way of doing this and should have their own pathway that suits them. It doesn't matter what name you call it, it's the program that matters that you have in place. And to support these programs, you of course need youth national teams. And at the highest level, highest performance level, you need a competitive league, you need a national league, and you need a national senior team. The domestic league, for some countries, they have their best players playing outside in other countries. For Scotland this year, we have gone from, within 4 years, having 2 players playing outside Scotland to 15. This is, of course, a challenge for our domestic league. Our stars are playing outside. That doesn't matter, because we need to work on all levels. It's fantastic that Scotland has generated 15 professional players that is attractive and on the market and play outside. But we need to continue to work with our domestic leagues to make it as competitive as possible for the players that are in Scotland. There are a lot of considerations to take on this level. When I write holistic approach, for example, it means that when we work with our best players, and that maybe is not just our best players, but we cannot just think about their technique and their physique and their tactical development, but also their social development, their cultural development, psychological development. We want to take a holistic approach to develop all parts of this player. It's also important that we think of the player's welfare. The more you train, the bigger chance of getting injured. We need to have the right ratio between games and trainings. How many games should a player play a week? How many national teams should a good 17-year-old player play in? We need to think about the player's welfare. And you need to find out what's best and what suits your country most. But the player's welfare is, of course, also that we then have experts and that we have experienced staff, that we have on this level doctors, physios, well-trained coaches that knows how to develop these players and take care of them in the best way. It should be an elite approach, both on and off the pitch. And I don't need to repeat, but I do it anyway. It should be a positive and developmental environment. You should have female role models. You should have female coaches. You should have them at your training centers, at your national academies, at your national teams, senior teams, to inspire. We know that football empowers girls and women. We know that it makes them stronger, that it makes them healthier, it develops their skills, that it helps them overcome cultural and social barriers, and that it brings inclusion, equality, and education, employment, economic benefits, and they also make the nation proud. However, girls and women should not be included because of all this just. Girls and women should be included because they love the game, because we love the game, because also that we do it so well. So, growth and sustainability of girls and women's football in your country is important. But to get that, remember that competition is the key to sustainability, and sustainability is the key to success. And FIFA encourages you to create opportunities for girls and women to play, but not just play, to compete at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna, for taking us through that pyramid from grassroots or development football right through to the elite level, and reminding us just how important and how critical, how crucial competition is. As you said, it is the heartbeat, it is the lifeblood of the beautiful game. So Anna has just given you, more to think about now, because we are getting ready for the last of our breakup sessions for today. Our breakout sessions for today, and we are going to be discussing competitions. Now, once again, please can you refer to the information that's been made available, signaling how the groups are going to be broken up. In principle, the groups are going to be remaining the same, except for groups 1, 2, and 5. We now have one French group as well that's going to be assembling. All of the information will be at the back of this venue by the exit. There's a table next to the exit, so make sure that you just get the correct information as to where to go for your breakout sessions. Now, in terms of the moderators, or rather the participants of the podium discussion, when we come back, those individuals will be none other than Heike Ulrich from Germany. We'll be hearing from Elliot Antabia from Costa Rica. From Thailand, we'll be hearing from Nulfan Lamsam. From New Zealand, Natalie Lawrence will join us on stage. From Ecuador, Claudia Lopez. From Canada, Candice Chapman. And from Senegal, we've got C. Gadiariato Koulibaly, who will also be coming up here on stage for that particular podium discussion. But also, before you get into your various groups for the breakout sessions, we will be taking a 30-minute tea break, and then after that getting into our breakout sessions. And just something to think about in those sessions, the questions there. First of all, what are suitable and successful tools to increase the number of girls and women playing football? Question number 2, what are suitable and successful tools to increase the number and quality of female referees and coaches? And we also want you to discuss and think about what must be put in place to have a national league and a women's national youth team with enough matches a year. So that is something to think about. It is now 3 o'clock, so a tea break up until 3:30. After that, you'll be allocated an hour for your breakout sessions. So let us meet here at 4:30 to continue with the rest of the program and, of course, the podium discussion. Thank you. Okay, I think we are just about ready to continue with the program. So thank you once again, one and all, for really getting involved and really getting stuck in the breakout sessions as you continue to discuss, of course, our next topic, which is on competitions. Now, the feedback that we did receive during the discussions is the fact that there was so much that you had to share. We've decided to allocate an hour now to the following podium discussion when it comes to competitions. So let me invite up onto the stage the participants for the podium discussion. From Germany, Heike Ulrich, please come up. And let me ask all the participants as well to bring up with them their headsets when they come up onto stage. Costa Rica, let's have Elliot Antabia coming up on stage. From New Zealand, Natalie Lawrence, please join us. From Ecuador, Claudia Lopez. From Canada, Candice Chapman. From Senegal, we've got C. Gadiadatu Koulibaly. From Hong Kong, Emily Lowe, please can you come up on stage? And in terms of our moderator now for the following podium discussion, really excited to have this individual that will be leading this discussion here on stage. She was amongst one of the first players on the United States women's national soccer team, and she was captain of the United States team, which won the first ever FIFA Women's World Cup in 1991. Please also welcome to guide this podium discussion, April Heinrichs. Yeah, you good?
Okay, welcome. Well, first I want to say that 1991 was a long time ago, and now I am a substitute. I am not a starter anymore, as they needed somebody couldn't do the moderation, so I will take my seat as the substitute and try to create a conversation, if we can. Okay. Do you have one of these? Do you have one? There you go. Is everyone good? All right, thank you. Some great discussions, hopefully, upstairs. And let's start with the first topic, leagues. Okay. Can we talk about some of the challenges and obstacles in the leagues? And rather than call your name, I will just ask you to volunteer. Heike, you want to start? Volunteer? Volunteering.
Thank you.
It's American volunteerism. Yes. Can we discuss the challenges to creating a national league for the top players in your country?
Actually, I think first you need time. So the development of a league, it's not going from one day to a second day, or even not from 1 year to the next year. Of course, you have to establish structures. You have to find clubs that, that match the targets you have, because we want to have quite good homes for our players first. Sport should always be the first if we start installing leagues. But as we all know, we also want to promote our sport. We need to create environments. So we need to create standards. And We need to give those clubs a chance to match those standards. We have to define them, and that needs time. Whatever structure you're choosing, if it's 8 teams, 12 teams, whatever teams, 2-track, everything is possible. But you need time, and you should focus on step-by-step targets if you start developing a league.
And Heike is a league world champion. She is in charge of the German Bundesliga for many, many years. Heike, do you think back in the 1970s, when your league started, did they include the player and players in the discussion of how to design the league?
Actually, at this time, we did not include the players, which was maybe a mistake, because we did not ask them how many matches can you afford to play for your team, for the national team. At this time, they all had to work, of course, and of course they focused on earning money somehow, and football was just a hobby. So it's worth, if you start something, to include players, ask their needs, and then define your goals for the clubs, standards for clubs. Mm-hmm. Like how can we create environments for players so that they can handle to have a high standard competition on the pitch, but also to develop off the pitch. But because as we all know, even our top players in Germany, they all have their second education besides the pitch. So like Birgit Prinz, she is an educated psychologist, she is also a physiotherapist. So all the top players you saw on the pitch, or you will see tomorrow on the pitch from Team Germany, they all have their second education beside football, which is very necessary.
Okay, so not all your players are professional?
Well, actually right now they are professionals. The players you see on the pitch, some of them are students, but they are professional. But while they are doing their sport, they are still trying to find slots where they are doing their education. And of course, if we have got years like with World Cups or Olympics, they reduce their education. But if we also have years where there's no big event for the national teams, and then they use those slots to educate themselves.
Okay. Ladies, other comments from leagues in your country or challenges your country faces? Candice?
We talked about in our group whether or not it's ideal to align with the men's clubs, MLS clubs. Right. For the U.S., there's been 3 attempts to have a sustainable league. Those previous attempts, they did not align with the men's league, and the result is the league folded. This new attempt, there are several teams now trying to align with MLS clubs, and there are some really great examples. For example, the Portland Thorns are now aligning with MLS, and they're seeing a lot of success. And in Canada, there's the Vancouver Whitecaps. The women's are trying to also align with that MLS team. So it's a question whether or not it's ideal to be aligned with the men's team or stay as a separate entity.
That is a big question.
Sí, en nuestro país es importante, va a ser un desafío poder tener más entrenadoras en cargos, también es un desafío tener más administradoras. Estamos trabajando fuerte en Costa Rica por crear esos espacios, por desarrollarnos, estamos en una proyección a 2 o 3 años. A nivel de selecciones es otro desafío tener más torneos internacionales, poder mejorar nuestra liga a nivel de un CAF, poder generar más espacios para que podamos tener más partidos, ganar al fútbol, porque cuando llegamos a los torneos internacionales tenemos un desfase de partidos, tenemos un desfase en comparación a países que ya están más desarrollados como Alemania, Francia. Entonces estamos tratando de llenar ese vacío y de mejorar los programas.
And can I ask a follow-up question? How many teams participate in your league? How many games do you play? And are your players paid? For her, please. Sorry, I come back.
En nuestra liga de primera división se juegan alrededor de 35 partidos. Parte de lo que se nos ha solicitado en selecciones nacionales por parte de la entrenadora es por lo menos tener 8 partidos previo a una competición. Entonces estamos trabajando de que los torneos de la primera división femenina en nuestro país tengan también directriz de selecciones para poder llenar ese vacío de los partidos que nos faltan para competición.
35 matches for your league play. And how many games would your national team players play in 1 year?
La selección nacional estaría jugando 8 partidos previos a una competición, es lo que se está requiriendo. Entonces, cada vez que tiene un partido o una competición, tenemos 8 fogueos previos. Y constantemente, obviamente, por ser una selección mayor, las chicas están en los clubes, entonces siempre se solicita previo, se para el torneo para que ellas puedan participar en 8 partidos previos. Ya sea hacerlo a nivel centroamericano o poder salir a nivel de Europa. Estamos tratando de invertir los recursos en las selecciones mayores, pero también parte de la discusión que hicimos ahora con las compañeras fue poder invertir en torneos regionales, que en vez de torneos internacionales, hacer por ejemplo una copa, un CAF, o una copa en CONCACAF con los campeones de las regiones, para poder incrementar esa participación y para poder ganar rendimiento.
Yep. So that's one of the challenges as a leader in your country is how many games? How long is the season? If you have control over the league, you can anticipate national team games as well. You said 35 plus about 10 plus maybe 5 more. So that gets very close to the conversation we had upstairs as well. Thank you.
Voilà. Bonsoir tout le monde. Excusez-moi, j'étais aux toilettes pour mon absence. Sinon, je suis Khadija Toussi Koulibaly, membre du comité exécutif de la Fédération sénégalaise de football, chargée de football féminin. Sinon, par ailleurs, je suis présidente de club féminin qui a actualisé les juniors garçons aussi cette année. Merci. Donc, dans ma fédération, nous avons 26 équipes, 12 en D2, en D1 et 14 en D2. Nous jouons un championnat national.
12?
Oui. La première division, 12 équipes en aller et retour. Nous jouons 22 journées. 6 matchs par semaine.
22 days, 6 matches
et la D2, 64 matchs.
And D2, 64 matches. So there are more matches than D1. It's because they're teams that live far away. So we organize them into zones. We organize the championship into zones. So D2 plays 64 matches. For Senegal, we were qualified for the first time in 2012. We played the National Cup. And so that was the first cup, the National Cup. We also participate in international competitions, but there aren't many matches. And we have to now play Ghana. For us, the main thing is to participate. And it's only by doing what you do that you can improve. I'm really happy that there's someone from Senegal that is a member of the organizing team for the 2020 Cup. And I'm also thrilled to see the FIFA representatives that keep training women in our country. It's been 5 years. FIFA has been with us for 5 years in terms of training women. And these are experts from the FIFA. They come to see us and they provide training. They train referees, and referees are also present at international matches. They go to men's matches because, you know, the skills are the same, whether it be women or men. So we keep thanking FIFA. FIFA is supporting us. They have a fund. It's fairly limited, but the federations add to that. We have a president that loves women's football, but we always play in the amateur league, not professional. There you go. Thank you.
And a follow-up question would be, Senegal, you have, if I understood correctly, 12 Division I teams? How many?
Oui.
Oui. How many people do you have in Senegal? What's the population of Senegal?
Oui, le football féminin, bon, à peu près, il y a plus de 500 personnes souvent. 500 personnes. Quand c'est une manifestation internationale, on se retrouve avec 1000 personnes. Mais pour le championnat, c'est un peu limité quand même. Un peu limité parce que nous jouons les matchs le matin, foot de structure, nous jouons le matin. Mais si c'est dans les quartiers un peu éloignés, là, il y a la présence de personnes. Et elle est très prisée actuellement, les compétitions des filles.
Okay. So we've heard about the number of teams. Can somebody else, Amelie, or maybe Nicole, is it? Natalie, sorry, maybe one of you can speak about the length of the season in your country and some of the other challenges.
Yeah, so in New Zealand, we have a few different challenges in the fact that our national league is federation ran. So that means that there's New Zealand split into 7 federations, and also New Zealand football put in a development team. So it's only an 8-team league with 1 round. So that's currently a massive barrier that we're facing, that our kind of top tier league, which does have a few ferns that currently play in it, is only kind of 8 to 10 games, if that, depending on whether you get to the final. It also comes straight off the back of a club season, so the clubs generally run from about April to August with about 18 games. So we also have problems with kind of the club sustainability and getting the players from the clubs then to a federation-ran league, which, as you can imagine, can be a tad messy at times. When they're with the clubs, are they monitoring their workload? Are actually the players in the best shape to perform in this national league? But obviously New Zealand Football have looked into this, and they're doing a massive competition review at the moment, which in the short term will look to make the National League 2 full rounds. So between kind of 14, 18 games, which will be fantastic in the short term. And then long term, actually looking at more of a club-based model, which if FIFA do go down the route of the Club Women's World Cup, that would then give us access to that, which again is fantastic for our players and our ferns that are actually in the country, because a lot of them do play professionally abroad.
And Natalie, as a small country, 4 million?
Yep, just over 4 million, yep.
On an island, very far from a lot of other people. How do you get international games?
It's very difficult. I've been in New Zealand for about 5 years, and I can remember probably 3 home games in that time. So when you're looking at the players as role models and you want to have that exposure for women's football, it is difficult because of that resource with money. With being within Oceania, if it's a qualification year, we'll get a few because of the Oceania Cup. But that's generally a tournament played over a certain amount of time. So we've got really good relationships with, say, Japan, Australia, the USA, where we do get to go over and play. We've been in the Cyprus Cup, not last year, but the last few years, and I think that's probably going to be the way to go.
Yeah. So if you put club structure games to 2 rounds, plus national team games, how many games per year would your senior players play, do you think?
If they were in New Zealand and it went to the club-based model, it would probably be at that 40 to 45.
40 to 45?
Yeah.
Okay. Emily from Hong Kong. So intelligent people in Hong Kong there?
Well, actually Hong Kong started women's football very early, but unfortunately it stopped for quite a while. So recently we picked up the women's football again. And we have a very unique problem, which is different from others, is because our land is very limited. So we have a very big problem of having facilities. That's why at the moment we want to expand the league, but we have 12 teams, and each year we play around 9 months with 100 matches. Actually, we want to expand the league and to develop second tier, but we don't have enough facilities. That's why we can't expand at the moment.
Right. So you have 12 teams. You have an island, also an island population, no land.
Not enough.
Not enough land. How do you train your players? And how often?
We really have problem because since I mentioned the venues are very limited, that's why all the priority goes to the men's football.
Yep.
So for the women's, maybe very little sections we can have, and then mainly they train at the artificial turf. So maybe the clubs can train 1 or 2 times per week, which is not enough.
Yeah, big challenge, big challenge. We have a lot of land. we can give you some for 100 years.
Thank you.
We can lease it to you. You can maybe give it back to us.
Okay, we talk about it after the podium session, okay?
Okay, let's move our bananas. That's a phrase I like to say. Even if you're on the right track, if you just sit there, you'll get run over. So let's talk a little bit about, not our league now, but how to engage players more. How do we keep women, former players, involved in the games? Ideas, challenges? What are some of the things you, Candace, just inviting you here today, I think FIFA has engaged you after your playing career to stay involved in the game. How can we help you? How can FIFA help you? What's happening in your career just since you stopped playing?
Well, yes, I feel very honored to be among who I'm among right now. I think I missed the memo on the black blazer, though. Yeah. I think you just said it, having opportunity to be here. I think something that could progress a transition even more is if I had opportunities while I was playing, instead of having finished playing and then choose, okay, what am I going to do now? While I'm playing, maybe having opportunities to do coaching courses, to be engaged in something other than what I'm so immersed in. I think that would really help players stay involved. I think also having female mentorships that are coaching. So I was very fortunate to have Carolina, who's in the crowd right now, one of my first female coaches. She was great inspiration. And now I have Bev Priestman, who's the head coach of the U17 youth national team, to mentor me. So I think mentorship is very big also to keep players in the game.
Yep. If I understand you correct, you must have been about 24 and you had your first female coach?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's sad. That is sad, don't you think? Yeah, I played my whole career, I never had a female coach. But we're getting better, we have progress.
Yes, one.
Yeah. All right, so that's one of the things. We've got to get more women in coaching, right? Yeah. Candace, what would you like to be doing in 5 years from now?
5 years. 5 years is short when I think about it.
It's short.
It is. I think continue to progress in my coaching career. I didn't think I would love it as much as I love it. And continue being involved in opportunities like this. I also had opportunity to be involved in CONCACAF TSG, which was another amazing experience for me. And I've met some really great people who are in the audience and also on the panel with me right now. So I think opportunities like that to continue. And definitely continue with our youth program. I love being able to give back in that sense and on the youth level. So yeah, I think just continue to progress as a coach.
That's awesome. I think as intelligent as you clearly are and with your work ethic, you will be a great coach.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, can we share some ideas, some success stories of retaining women? Obviously, Canada's done a great job. CONCACAF has asked Candace to be involved. FIFA has asked her to be involved. Do you have some success stories you want to share, Heike, that you're proud of?
I think there are some success stories also on the German side. Well, thanks to Tina Theuner, who used to be our head coach, and before she became head coach, she was coaching the under-19 team. And it was her hobby to contact her under-19 players and asking them, what would you like to do when you're an adult? Aren't you interested in becoming a coach? So she started targeting our under-19 players, educate them, give them licenses, that when they finish their career, not all of them, but some of them, when they finish their career, they have a pro license, which is of course perfecto. So we have people in this room like Silke Rottenberg. She's she has been a goalie for our national team for years. She has her license, and now she's full-time with the German FA as a goalkeeper coach. She's doing courses now for FIFA and that stuff. And I'm really happy to see that we don't have it just on the coaching side, that we also step into the management business, because not all of the players want to become coaches. But they have skills and they have got a huge experience, and we should really make sure that we keep that experience in our game in the different positions. So we also have good examples on the management side now, working for first or second division female clubs on the management side, or become member of committees in our federation. So we just have to identify those girls, see what skills they have, and promote them, give them opportunities, and things like shadowing or mentoring programs can really promote those talented women and girls.
That's great. How about success stories from one of the smaller countries? Do you have any success stories you'd like to share?
Claro. Desde Costa Rica, bueno, yo tuve mi proceso en selección nacional, fui jugadora 11 años, tuve la experiencia de pasar por ser profesional como educación física, y ahora, bueno, estoy en los programas de desarrollo. Creo que para uno como jugador siempre aspira a lo mejor, siempre aspira a tener puestos donde pueda ayudar a otras personas a crecer. Sé que en ese momento jugadoras de selección nacional, jugadoras de la primera, están optando por querer asumir ser alguna vez entrenadora de selección nacional, o alguna vez poder tener un puesto directivo, dirigir programas de grassroots, esos puestos de gerencia que en realidad creo que FIFA es lo que quiere y lo que estamos trabajando. A título personal me llena de satisfacción poder ayudar a otras chicas a que se capaciten, poder abrir esos espacios para que ellas se formen. Tenemos un programa de becas para todas esas jugadoras en Costa Rica, les estamos becando un 100% por ser jugadoras de selección o ser jugadoras de clubes. Eso es un incentivo para que ellas quieran, desde ahora que están jugando, como dice la compañera, a 5, 6, 7 años, cuando ellas se retiran, pueden optar por dirigir un equipo, pueden optar por estar en programas de grassroots o dirigir ligas menores o mayores. Entonces yo creo que ese es el legado y es la ganancia que podemos dejarle a esas jugadoras. Igual en el tema de arbitraje, consideramos que también es importante que algunas jugadoras de los clubes estén arbitrando en torneos de liga menor, en fútbol base, porque así los tenemos en Costa Rica, tenemos categorías menores. Entonces nosotros incentivamos a que ellas hay más árbitras, podamos promocionar esa parte de arbitraje, que también hay un desfase en eso, porque tenemos una liga muy grande en Costa Rica, hemos crecido mucho gracias al legado del Mundial que nos dejó FIFA en nuestro país en el 2014, y tenemos carencia de arbitras, tenemos demasiados torneos, demasiadas ligas, y eso es uno. Pero yo pienso que el sueño que puede vivir una jugadora y una persona es poder llegar a un puesto y poder ayudar y que ese puesto impacte, y creo que es una gran satisfacción para todas nosotras que estamos, y eso es el legado que nosotros podemos ayudar a otras personas, estar en como nosotras.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Anyone else have anything to add? Yeah, you.
Bueno, sí, la verdad es que en el Ecuador el fútbol está muy reciente, pero realmente estamos trabajando en muchos aspectos. El hecho de haber venido al Mundial ya nos dio un plus diferente al fútbol femenino, y creemos que tenemos que seguir
strength. I think we have to continue with this commitment. We are not able to provide as many scholarships as my colleague mentioned. We've given one to one of the players so that she can become a trainer. We have the youngest trainer for the World Cup in our country, and Ecuador has to continue making an effort and to move soccer, women's football forward. It's not only a men's sport, but everybody's, and to move ahead in that direction.
Fantastic. Just a few summary notes for me is, in my own personal experience, having played on the national team and played in our system, is recruit the players before they retire. I think that's a real critical success factor. Get the players before they retire. Upskill them so they have confidence when they get out into the workplace, right? Awesome. Okay, let's move on to the topic of, I think it is synergies between the men's and the women's games. Are you, in your countries, seeing some synergy, connection, combination, working with the league on the men's side and the women's side? And is it benefiting, or are you making decisions to be independent right now? Yep.
Well, in Germany, we have a lot of good examples, but we also have a couple of bad examples with using those synergies with men professional clubs. The good examples are like FC Bayern Munich just became doubleheader in championships. So the men's side became champion and also the women's side, second time now. Yeah. After a long time, they became second time also women champion. And as we all know, the club FC Bayern Munich, if they wanted to, they could give another €1 million to the women team, and maybe they could have earned that title even earlier. But they decide doing it step by step. So they are not just buying or selling the biggest players and having the best team there. They also develop their players step by step. And they have a very young team. And with good coaching staff, with good infrastructure sharing of the main club, they are developing a young team to become champion in Germany now. And I could also add examples from Wolfsburg, for example, which is also a professional club. But there is a but, because we are always discussing, like, shouldn't we implement it into the licensing system of the men's side that they have to have women's football? In my opinion, in some countries, it's worth to think about it, and it could be a huge help to develop a league. In more developed countries, it can be not just a challenge, it can be a risk, because we also had men professional clubs who just quit their women team from one day to the next because the presidential board was not behind it. So it was a political decision not to promote women's football anymore from one day to the next day. And that's, of course, a huge challenge for a league if you are losing teams like, I'm not saying the names now, but really important names from the German market. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a huge opportunity if the men professional teams are behind it, if they really install a concept, but we need to make sure that the female side within the club still stays a little bit independent, that they have their own budgets, that they have their own decision-making committees within the club, that they can also create their own strategy, but at the same time that they can use facilities from the men's side. Maybe they can even use the talent development centers of excellence, that they can use coaching staff, that they can use maybe even sponsors who can offer interns or jobs or whatever. But again, I wouldn't say that it's just a chance. There are also risks.
Yeah. Heike, let me ask you about the foreign players in your leagues. If I understand it correctly, one of the challenges in the English Men's Premier League is that so many players are foreign that it's affecting the national program. Do you see that in Germany? Do you see it in the women's game? Do you see it in the men's game? What's your feeling about the balance maybe that's necessary?
Yeah, we were discussing that, and we also discussed it a little bit in our group work that Anna Signol said, for her Scottish team, she has a problem that her national team players are all playing abroad. That's a challenge for her as a national team coach. We have in our Women's Bundesliga 12 clubs with around 75 foreign players, top players from other countries, most of them somewhere involved in the World Cup. I think more than 50 players of the Bundesliga are playing in the World Cup. 50. Yeah, 50. So we just have a squad of 23 Germans. You can count how many foreign players there are. from the German Bundesliga. Is it a challenge? Is it good or bad? In my opinion, it's still good. First, top players in top leagues always make them stronger. Competitive balance, stronger. The stronger younger girls, they still have a chance to compete in our league. The average age in our leagues, in our top league, is going down. We now reached like 22 point something. So our top players, also playing in the national team, playing in the under-20 national team, they are playing first league. So right now, with like 75 foreign players, it's a plus. Also, if it comes to, if you've got Japanese players in your league, you always have TV crews with you. So there are a lot of benefits, and there are a lot of interesting stories that are created around those foreign players in our league. But of course, if we should have like 160 foreign players, I don't know if I would argue in the same way, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. Elliot?
Considero que, bueno, nosotros en Costa Rica tenemos un presidente de la liga femenina.
The president of the league over in of the women's boys in Costa Rica has been a woman, and they opened the doors, quite frankly, for her. And I feel that we can work with the men. It is my personal opinion that women and men can work side by side. Clearly, in Costa Rica, we have absolutely want to have a completely football that belongs to the women, and that works for the women. But at the same token, we are actually taking advantage of the resources that the men's leagues have given to us, and this is something that we feel that whenever we meet with them and they give us some advice and they give this is something that we can take advantage of. And we are also thinking that we also can develop our own leadership roles, and I think that many of us have already achieved to this particular state, and they help us an awful lot in that sense.
See, did you want to contribute?
Oui, merci.
Yeah.
Donc,
right now in Senegal, we cannot really talk about a women league because we're in the amateur league. So, of course, we are in the general dynamism of it, but I see that in Africa, very few countries don't have a championship yet. So we want to discuss about championship, and we want to raise the awareness of the federations and push for the creation of clubs in regional competitions, start developing regional, then national, then international competitions, and then we can think of a league. But at the present time, we play like everybody else in national competitions. Some international, there are not sufficient number of international competition. We play the elimination games, and then we stop there. So really, we have to try to work in that area to help the clubs as well to spread throughout the different countries, to have championship and then form a women league.
Thank you. Candace, a question for you. The United States Soccer Federation and Mexico and Canada have come together to create one league. It's been working for a couple years now. What are your thoughts on it, watching? What's happening?
I think it's very positive. I think players really appreciate the synergy that's between the league and the national team. I think it helps players be able to plan the year better and not have to fight where do my allegiance lie? Do I have to stay here, play a particular game for my club, or do I leave for a national team? And with them working together, it's much easier for the player. So, and also in terms of being able to play for a living, I think that definitely is something that the players really appreciate. So I think it's been very positive.
So for people in the crowd that may not completely understand, the United States Soccer Federation, the Canadian Federation, and the Mexican Federation have come together to create one league that's played in the United States. Candace, if you could design it or fix it, what changes, what improvements might you make in the league?
Let's put me on the spot there. What improvements would I make? I would add more teams.
Add more teams?
Yeah, I think it's only a positive if we can continue to add more teams, but it has to be continue to be competitive. Sure. I think if you just add teams and it's not competitive anymore, the product or the end result isn't the same, and you don't get the same, positive feedback and exposure that you need to grow the game. So,
yeah. So that's one of the questions I think when you start a league or create a league or recreate a league is what's the ideal number of teams? For many of the countries upstairs when we were talking, the number I heard consistently was somewhere between 8 and 12. 8 and 12. You have 12, right? Germany has 12. I think Sweden's at 12.
England 8.
England at 8. The United States is at between that number as well. So the question is, do you grow? How quickly can you grow? And again, it really depends on your population, or in the case of the United States and Canada, even the geography. Heike, your league's one of the oldest leagues, one of the most successful leagues. There's some great synergies between the men and the women. You're in charge, right? Yes. Okay, good. If you blew it up today, what would you do differently tomorrow?
To be honest, we monitor our league, we can say year by year. So we have got a three-year term to decide on structures. But we monitor the league year by year, day by day, we can say. And we developed it. So we didn't start with a league out of 12. We started with a league divided into 2 tracks, north and south, because we wanted to reduce travel costs. Yep. So then we decided, okay, now we grew up, let's have 1 track for the first league, which is 12 teams, and below we have a 2-track league also since more than 15 years now in the second league. We are now thinking about that second league, and we are discussing quite a lot if we should also bring it together as a single league to get more quality on pitch.
So you have the first division.
Right now?
And under it the second, but you have 2 tracks, that means two
North
leagues?
And south, correct.
2 leagues in the second division.
Correct. And the champions go up to the first league, and relegation for the last 2 of the first league go down. So we have an open system. Champion of second league are going up and 2 down.
2 up, 2 down. Yeah. Got it.
Below that, we have got 5 regional leagues. So we do have our classical pyramid, fortunately. And, well, I'm not saying how far we go down because in some regions we are really very well developed. Yeah. But still, as I said, every year we are monitoring our leagues and we are thinking about should we adapt something. And the first thing is always how can we improve the quality on pitch. The second, of course, is how can we develop our market, TV, sponsoring, communication, and stuff like that. And now...
Can you say that again? But slower. The first thing they're monitoring is?
Sport.
The quality.
Quality on pitch.
That's great.
Second, infrastructure of clubs, development of the game off pitch, like marketing structures and stuff like that.
That's perfect.
Yeah. And for the second league, I can say the first and the second important thing is quality on pitch.
Yep.
Because we say this is our sport development league. We want to see our under 19 players, our under 20 players, they are already in the first league, but the next generation of under 19 players in that second league that they can develop. And maybe some of them already during the season they can make the step even to the first league.
So what questions do you ask as you're monitoring when you decide, well, we have 12, we're successful, should we go to 14? What are the critical questions there?
More or less the same question we raised or we just discussed in our groups, like how many matches do we need for our players to develop them in our league system and in our national team system. And then if we come to the first league, we always orientate on the top teams. Like if you've got top teams, they also play like more than 40, 50 matches a year, which is a limit, to be honest, because they also have to refresh, to recover and stuff like that. Yep. Second is, of course, the environment. So we want to have a balanced league, not just from the sport side. So competitive balance is very important, but also we have a licensing system, which means all teams playing in our league need to target our defined goals, like infrastructure of a stadium, infrastructure of an organizational team behind the curtain, medical treatment and stuff like that, coaching youth teams and things like that. And then we are always trying to adapt small things. And the higher we come, for example, in our first league, of course, we are also define goals for marketing and communication issues. And so that's why first time that we have a name route now sold to our partner, which is Allianz, and we will have a presentation tomorrow from our partner. Because, well, they are not pushing the league because we are so nice and we are women. They want to earn something, and that clubs can give something back to a partner like Allianz, which is a huge insurance company working around the world. We have to give them something back, and I'm sure tomorrow Mr. Boschatzky will tell you the win-win situation that we create. But to have that, we have to create standards also for the clubs that we can have those win-win situations off the pitch.
Super. So a question came to my mind listening to Heike talk that I will throw to Natalie first, and then if Emily or anyone else has any thoughts. If you have 10 teams in your league and 2 are really, really good and 8 drop off, what can we do as leaders in the leadership? Is there anything we can do?
I think that's something that we've got in New Zealand at the moment, within our club leagues. Generally, so we've got kind of 3 or 4 main club leagues, one in the northern Auckland area, one in the central capital area, and then a couple down in the South Island. And with girls being girls, they tend to migrate to different clubs that their friends are at, and if they're those more talented players, they do end up in those 8 and 10 team leagues, sometimes beating teams 10-12-0. And that's something that we're really looking at within this competition structure, is if that national league, which is competitive and generally the scores reflect that if that was a club-based model and was on top of what the current club system is doing, then that's something where we are getting those best players actually getting a good level of competition. In turn, that may attract more firms to actually come and stay in New Zealand, which can only help the National League in terms of getting more national team, in terms of getting more games, getting more time together, to then become even more competitive in World Cups, Olympics, and so on.
I think this is a very important question. When the clubs are in charge of their teams and the federation or the organization is not in charge of a team, and you have scores like 10-0, that doesn't happen in Germany, correct?
From time to time, but we are working on that.
In the first division?
10-0, not anymore.
Not anymore.
No.
So how do we make it more competitive? Any other ideas to share with the group?
Well, when we promote our league also as a federation, and when we get sponsors on board, if we have a TV contract, so far we said we try to provide all 12 teams with the same amount of money, even if Club A, B, C are getting the whole TV coverage of the top, because top matches are most time with Wolfsburg, Frankfurt, Potsdam, whatever, or Bayern Munich, but still the money from that contract is spread out at the same level for all 12 teams. So that helps, also having some kind of average budget for the teams. I learned from England, USA also has the same salary gap.
Yep.
So make sure that not all top players are ending up in one team or 2 teams. So there are tools that you can make sure that all the top players are all around the country, that you have a good average on competition on pitch. Things like that.
Yep. Natalie?
Sorry, just following on. I think in New Zealand, the level of competition that we've had domestically has really grown a lot since the whole of football plan was brought in, where now not only more girls are playing, but due to the structure of the framework, the technical ability of the players has now grown. So I think if we looked, say, 4 years ago, the kind of top club leagues, their average age would have been, say, 27, 28, whereas now it's probably 28 or even 19 in some aspects because of the technical ability of these younger players coming through. A lot of time, money, resource went into ensuring that the girls and the boys, but the girls as well, by having a mix and a girls-only framework, ensured that they were getting technically better. So our leagues then started to get, better as well, which I think's definitely helped us.
Great. Anyone else?
C'est
comme
Emily?
chez nous.
On a connu une avancée sur les compétitions.
We've made progress also the level of competitions, because before we were losing all the time. We were defeated by Ghana and Nigeria, but now we fight Cameroon, who I congratulate here, and they're in League One.
C'est bon? Voilà, donc, raison pour laquelle
so this is the reason, one of the reasons why I want to go back a bit in time. And you were talking about the league in the different countries. So we'll try to raise awareness with decision makers to set up a policy of sport development, in particular women's soccer, women's football.
Okay, I have one last question for the group. Women's football, all of you out in the crowd, all of us up here, we're positive people, right? We're optimists. We are believers. We are not naysayers. We're believers. We believe in women's football a great deal. Can you share with us a story or a moment in time when it changed, when the tipping point, if you will, in women's football, when something you experienced or something you implemented, maybe the league, in terms of competitions, when it changed for you in your country, or a win-win situation? Can you all think of that? Think of something that you can share with us where it changed. Heike.
You don't want to hear that.
I do.
Because that
I
was
know the answer.
The semi-final, 2003, against USA in Portland.
You're killing me.
That changed everything. I told you don't want to listen to that.
You're killing me.
Because when we became first-time world champion, we didn't recognize what was going on in Germany at this time, because we were always on the West Coast in US. And then we came home and everything was different. Suddenly we had everybody on our side, because as the final was played, I think it was 2 o'clock here, local time, which is the best timing on a Sunday night in German TV.
Yeah.
So suddenly people switched on TV, not expecting women's football. They were expecting a crime, which is running every Sunday night. And suddenly they had a crime, but it was women's football. Yeah. And we had a fantastic market share. We had record numbers on TV, by the way, this World Cup as well. Yeah. But that was the key match, I would say. It was a semi-final to beat you and then to win the final against Sweden with that golden goal, that everything just pushed up. And that also gave a huge push for our league's development. Suddenly TV was on our side. Sorry for you.
Well, you're welcome. And winning. So winning changed. It changed in Germany when you won.
Bueno, para Costa Rica, nuestro momento
Well, for Costa Rica, our epiphany moment was to actually come to the World Cup. This has given us a tremendous identity as a country, and also to have the experience to seeing other teams play in the World Cup, and then to actually have a good performance in it. So this was last year, for example, in the United States. Everybody knew, everybody would say, we know who's the goalkeeper. It was an experience that, quite frankly, this was tremendous, not only abroad, but it was in Costa Rica as well. People are very, very happy with us. And then, again, we came to the World Cup, and I think that, again, it was being, and this, quite frankly, it's been the result of work that took 10 years. And then we have here that we have certain players who are identifiable. For example, our goalkeeper is very, very good. We have another one, we have a forward and everything. These are moments that Costa Rica is living and lapping it up.
Great. 10 years of building to a big moment.
Bueno,
Well, as Ecuador, as my colleague from Costa Rica was saying, coming to the World Cup, this absolutely changed the whole image of what the football was. This was the most important things that we did because as far as we have been working at it in Ecuador, but it was not recognized. We really didn't have much exposure or anything. But when we came to the World Cup, it was an absolutely fantastic thing because all of a sudden the media was covering our games. They gave us the importance, they gave us recognition, and then a lot of people, they find out that we actually had a women's football in Ecuador, which before they weren't even aware that it exists. So I think it was something that was absolutely fantastic. And so we continue to work on it, we continue to build on it, and quite frankly, to have to come to a competition like this at this level is very hard, quite frankly, because we were in our group, as you can imagine, it was a group of death practically, and then the results were never quite what we were expected. But however, it was amazing because Cameroon, as a matter of fact, was also the first time, and we thought Cameroon was going to be, we were going to beat Cameroon, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. But we did win in the end. We did win on the experience, and we still have an awful lot of things that we have to fix, that we have to work on. But we can tell you that with this experience that we have, the football for women in Ecuador is going to continue to grow. We are going to continue to participate, and this has been the best thing that ever happened to us.
Fantastic.
Candice? I think for Canada, it's definitely the London Olympics and winning the bronze medal there. But I think with the Olympics, it was the game against the U.S., so now you can be happy about that one. I think coming back to Canada after the Olympics, you don't, as a player, you don't know how much of an impact you actually had when you're away. But coming home and seeing how much support we had, hearing people say that that was probably the best game they've ever watched. Now asking young players, who's your favorite player, and not hearing a male's name, I think that was really big for soccer in Canada. So I think for us, the London Olympics was a real turning point.
Perfect. Natalie or Emily, any stories or projects or?
Yeah, I think for New Zealand, it would have been hosting the Under-17s World Cup.
Yep.
I think a lot of people then realised that there is another sport other than rugby, and that it's actually pretty good. And kind of the legacy that left. Yep. If I look at us now and the investment that is given at that elite level to the Ferns is fantastic with the full-time staff that they have, but also down in the federations to the point where they all have a women's development officer really growing the game at the grassroots level and at their own specific elite as well, ready to keep trying to compete at those World Cups, not just at a senior but at the age groups as well. So that would definitely be New Zealand's.
So success and hosting an event. Emily, anything to add?
Well, to be frank, Hong Kong is waiting for that magic moment. We hope that we have that soon.
Yep.
We really believe that the governance for women's football is very important. That's why 3 years before we have some restructure of the association, that we put a lot of effort at the women's football as well. So in the past 3 years, we see a very good progress, that we have very capable personnel helping us for developing the women's football. And we also have the first FIFA women's referee, which is also a breakthrough for us because we are not developing in the past. And also we want to have more teams participate in the leagues, which already established for many, many years in Hong Kong. But we really hope that we have the professional teams to own a women's team as well, so it helps us to develop the women's football.
Super. So putting a bid in to host a World Cup can change your country. I think it's happening right now in Canada as well, don't you think, Candice? It's changing the country's views, the exposure, the consciousness. Having a referee is a breakthrough at the World Cup level. I'll add just one story. for me, one of the biggest changes in the game has been FIFA's decision to host an under-17 and under-20 World Cup. That decision prepared players much earlier for the World Cup. And so we're seeing more technical, more tactical, more physical, psychologically equipped players and coaches at the World Cup. So with the decision to host or to have an under-17 World Cup, federations, confederations are putting more resources towards the preparations for players, coaches, and administrators, and that's building to a better game. Having the under-20 World Cup the year before, and of course 3 years before, is preparing players in a way that if we didn't have those two events, so many federations would not put resources towards the women's game. So hosting, winning, success, projects can all be win-wins. All right. Ladies, thank you for your time. It's great, great conversation.
Merci.
Thank you so much. Thanks to April and, of course, all of the participants there. I think, April, you did a really great job of collating the different experiences and examples shared in the breakout sessions. I mean, you all had so much to really say when it comes to competitions, and that's why we had to allocate the amount of time that we did for this particular podium discussion. There was a lot to exchange in terms of the views on competition, and I know that all of you were particularly attentive when it comes to the analysis of what really is working and what more needs to be done in the various member associations. But there's a very common thread throughout, and that is the fact that we need to strive for more participation, for more competitions. Earlier on, we discussed that when it comes to, for example, the Olympic level. It's something that FIFA as well has highlighted as very, very critical, because we most certainly know the benefits of all of this. Now to a topic that really resonates with me, and I'm sure it will with a lot of you here today. As we wrap up the formalities today, a final port of call will be an introduction to a rather inspiring initiative in Africa, giving African women and girls a voice through the beautiful game. We've got with us a Sierra Leonean entrepreneur and president of the Sierra Leone Football Association, Isha Johansson, who'll come up here and just tell us a little bit more about this wonderful initiative before we wrap up day one's proceedings. A round of applause for Isha.
Thank you all so very much. It is a pleasure and an honor to have been given this opportunity and this platform to speak to you today. I thank the FIFA Women's Committee for generously allowing me this opportunity, knowing fully well that it was at very short notice. But first of all, may I start by congratulating Japan and USA for making it to the finals. Two great teams representing two great continents. This has been a great World Cup for women's football. This has been a great World Cup for women's football, and I also want to extend my congratulations to FIFA, the FIFA Women's Committee, of which I'm so very proud to be a member of, the local organizing committee, the technical teams, the staff from all the different FAs that have put up such a wonderful display for us all to see, and just made it such an outstanding experience. But last but not least, I think to the people of Canada, I have to say that I was astounded when I came into Canada, and still am, at the volunteers. Men and women from all ages just couldn't do enough, picking us up from the airport even when I was jet-lagged and I didn't want to speak. They couldn't stop talking about Canada. They were just fantastic. I think very often we see that, you know, even with a good movie and whatever people put on the global stage, you tend to forget about the real players, the real superstars behind the scenes that make things happen. And so I'd like to take this opportunity again of saying thank you to all the volunteers. I think that the people of Canada have not only tried to raise the game of football, they wanted to raise, and they have raised the profile of Canada. They've also done it for the world. A clear example that you just don't sit back and wait to see what your country will do for you, but what are you going to do for your country? So well done, Canada, and congratulations again. So back to the Women's World Cup. The figures, I am sure you will agree, speak for themselves. An attendance of at least 1.2 million, 24 teams participating, a prize money of $15 million, and record viewing figures in key markets. I'd also like to congratulate our women teams from Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Cameroon. Cameroon in particular, being the second nation from the continent to make it out of the group stages at the Women's World Cup after Nigeria did so in 1999. But quite honestly, is that really the best we could do? As an African, and we the Africans here from the African federations, we know it isn't good enough. We know that we could have done better. And the rest of the world knows the same. But perhaps what I know and you know from the African federations, maybe the others don't know, is the enormous obstacles that we, the African teams, face to be here, the price that we have to pay, the sacrifices we have to make as teams, as FAs, as individuals, to be here, to compete against the very best in women's football. The Cameroon coach said in one of the post-match interviews that we have talented players, but the problem with that the African nations face is preparations. He's very right, but then I think we're beginning to sound like a broken record. It's beginning to be monotonous because, again, we all know what the problems are. We don't need to have to start repeating it. We've got to find ways to start addressing these problems and facing up to the challenges squarely, and then the rest of the world can hopefully help us. Yes, we lack time, we lack preparation, not enough practice, opportunities, competitions, funding, on and on and on, the list goes on. And what makes it even more scary for women's football is if at the top, with the elite football, with men's football progressing, they have these problems, a lack of structures, education, incentives. Can you imagine what it must be like for the African women or African girls trying to enter and grow into the sport? My country, Sierra Leone, is indicative of these problems. And quite apart from the man-made catastrophes and the natural catastrophes like what we're facing now with Ebola, football isn't and never has been part of, say, sports curriculum in girls' schools. Government funding is very limited. Sometimes it isn't there at all. The development of women's football in Sierra Leone almost depends entirely on philanthropy and interested individuals like myself. In a very humble way, I have offered sports and academic scholarships to promising schoolgirls, one to a convent school where I went to school in Sierra Leone, and another to an Islamic school where it is a very, very populated school, and it has produced some of the most talented sports men and women in Sierra Leone. I have also committed to helping to build extension of school blocks to these schools, but that is not enough. The commitment of isolated individuals like myself is not enough to create the foundations of a great footballing structure for our African women and young girls. We need the support of globally recognized organizations. We need the infrastructure and we need investment. We need a pool of dedicated doers and committed, wanting to promote the game. We don't need talkers. Women's football in Africa is the subject of my speech here today. And I'm here both as an African woman and as the president of the Sierra Leone Football Association. I'm here to explain to you the challenges to our participation in tournaments such as these. As we can see from the impressive statistics that I quoted earlier, women's football globally is entering a new era of competitiveness, success, and popularity. FIFA's recent figures show that the women's game just keeps growing, with 29 million women and girls playing football worldwide. Now, these are exciting times. And if we want to ensure that African women can be part of the momentum around the sport and access all the wonderful benefits that the game potentially offers women, then we need to act, and we need to act now. But in acting now, we have to be brutally honest with each other. We have to be prepared to start addressing the present before even attempting to venture into the future. The difficulties that prevent African girls from taking part in the most beautiful game in the world and from belonging to the global football community begins even before the conception of an FA, even before training at academies. It even begins before school. Our problems as African women in Africa, they begin at birth. We know that the lives of women in Africa are very different from the lives of women in the West. We know that they tend to be more marginalized and less empowered. African women are more likely to work in the informal economy and have less access to healthcare, and they are less educated. Of course, this varies from country to country, but these issues are broadly similar around the continent. And here are some of the facts and figures that serve to highlight exactly what I'm saying about the status of our young girls. Agriculture. The women there serve as the backbone of agriculture and food production in Africa. They make up approximately 70% of sub-Saharan agricultural workers and 80% of the actors in the food processing chain, but their potential is largely untapped. Key challenges faced by African women farmers include lack of access to ownership of land, access to credit, access to appropriate technology. When it comes to childbirth, the birth of a baby that should be a joyful occasion too often brings heartbreak and agony for African families. Pregnancy and childbirth complications are the leading cause of death and injury for women in parts of where I come from. In Africa, a staggering 1 in 22 women dies in pregnancy or childbirth. In England, it's just 1 in 8,000. While conditions such as high blood pressure, breech births, hemorrhaging, which are easily treated in the UK, African women are likely to die from them because they lack access to good quality healthcare or trained midwifery. Only 37% of births in the least developed countries are attended by skilled health workers. And let me just say, finally, education. What would your life be like if you could only spend 5 years in school? One thing's for sure, you certainly wouldn't be sitting here today. For many African girls, 5 years of education is the most that they can expect to receive, and these are the lucky ones. Across the region, 28 million girls between the ages of 6 and 15 are not in school, and many of them will never step foot in a school or in a classroom. I would like for you to just take a moment and imagine with me if you were able to change through football just some of these things, what these women's lives, what these girls' lives in Africa could look like. Imagine how with increased access to education, girls could do amazing things, launch businesses, become health workers, run schools, save lives, head organizations like FIFA, like CAF, head nations. They could actually even be sitting here in huge numbers heading football associations. Their lives would look very much like mine. Their lives would look like yours. Their lives would look like your daughters. So what has all of this got to do with football? Why I have raised the health, education, and employment of African women in this symposium on women's football. And I'm going to say it twice. It is because developing our participation in football so that we can play on the world stage with pride and confidence can translate into benefits that can help to change our status in the society in which we live. I'll say it again, it is because if we are able to develop our participation in football so that we can play on the world stage with pride and confidence, that can translate into benefits that can help to change our status in the societies in which we live and in the wider world. It's a circle. It's a healthy circle. The FIFA Women's Committee articulated it perfectly several years ago in a report outlining FIFA's special focus on women's football. And they listed very briefly the following benefits. It said that women's football can be a platform for international participation and football excellence, that it can be a vehicle to cooperate with government and non-governmental organizations, the private sector, and the media. It says it can also support social progress and contribute to a healthier country. Let's not kid ourselves. The world has woken up to the power and potential of this beautiful game, and it has become more widely understood how the participation of women and girls in sport challenges a multitude of gender stereotypes and discrimination. Also, in an excellent UN study on the subject, it also says that the social benefits of participation in sport are thought to be especially important for girls, given that many girls, particularly in adolescence, have fewer opportunities than boys for social interaction outside the home and beyond family structures. In addition to the health and social benefits of sports such as football, increasing women's involvement in a game, which is a male-dominated one as football, can challenge gender stereotypes and discrimination and can therefore be a vehicle to promote gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in Africa. I would also like, for a quick moment, to quote a passage from a superb speech given by my colleague and a woman that I've grown to respect, and she inspires me a lot, and also a supporter of this initiative, Madam Lydia Sikera. Lydia, at the United Nations speech in New York, March this year, speaking at the 59th session of the Commission on the status, I knew this would happen, that my page would get stuck. On the status of the women implementing the Beijing Platform for Action, she said that as we look towards a post-2015 development agenda, let us find ways to tap the full potential of sport to achieve our goals. As we seek to complete the unfinished agenda for the Beijing Platform for Action, let us work together to use sports to promote gender equality, empower women and girls, eliminate discrimination in education, foster self-esteem and leadership capacities, promote healthy lifestyles, combat non-communicable diseases, and prevent violence against women and girls. Within Africa, football has incredible power and popularity. It is the continent's most popular sport, and no other game commands the same audience enthusiasm, unity, or respect as football. Finally, there's another young lady from Sierra Leone here with us in the audience. Her name is Memuna Fona. Memuna, I am proud to say, is a friend and a sister of mine. And the initiative that we plan to launch and ask for your endorsement today was born out of a conversation by both Mem and myself. Mem, if you don't mind standing up for us all to see. And the conversation was about using the power of football as a vehicle for social change to reduce the marginalization of African women, both in their immediate societies and globally. We saw how ensuring that African women's football teams competed confidently on a global platform, and this could inspire and empower the women and girls in their communities. This is how Power Play, the initiative to empower African women and girls through football, was born. I've also had the chance to talk to many of you within our FIFA committee, Women's Committee, and others in FIFA and CAF. And the enthusiasm for this project from both FIFA and CAF has been overwhelming, and I'm deeply grateful. But the support really needs to come from you in the House today, particularly you, the federations from the African continent. Nelson Mandela said that vision without action is only dreaming. Action without vision is only passing time. But vision with action can actually change the world. So we're going to use this platform, or I ask that we use this platform to issue a call to action by asking you to stand together and make this vision a reality. We are asking for two things. We're asking that you commit to working to holding an annual Power Play Forum. This forum will bring together leading academics, African politicians, lobbyists, participants in the world of football football policy and sports administrators, all to explore and encourage and find concrete ways to empower women and girls in Africa through football. The Power Play Annual Forum would also provide a space for key brands and development partners who support women and children to promote education and support women in sports like UNICEF does, like Coca-Cola does, like the UN Women is trying to do, and a host of other international partners who subscribe to women's empowerment to reach out and help us empower these young girls. Our second request is that CAF, together with the African FAs, become signatories to the Power Play initiative to strengthen our cooperation and commitment towards giving these young women, to giving women's football in Africa the support that it needs, so that it becomes a game that we all know that it can be. Women's football globally has a bright future, and we all have a part to play in ensuring that African women form an integral part of that future. Let us use this moment to create the beginning of a proud tradition of African women's participation in the magnificent, glorious sport of football. Let us agree today that as part of CAF's corporate social responsibility towards the continent and the game, we will use this platform to launch Power Play, the start of a unified and proactive approach to giving African women and young girls a voice through football. I hope it would not be too much to ask if just by showing your hand that you believe in this vision for us to take it forward. I thought so. Thank you so very much. Well, the good news is I spoke to President Issa Ayatu just before coming here, and he said to me that of course I endorse 150%. CAF is giving full support, but don't tell the audience that. Ask them first what they think, and if they don't put their hands up, I'm going to pretend I've never ever met you, Madam Johansson. But if they do put their hands up, we're all on board, and he also congratulates all of you that you do endorse this vision, and we can move on. I want to thank you. Before I step down, I'd like make a very personal thank you. And it's a very emotional one. I think there are many times we hear the word family, we call FIFA a family. And I'm not so sure how others use the word family. Do you use it as a slogan? Do you use it, it's just one of these things, FIFA's a family, football's a family. I just want to say that for me, a little over a week ago, the word family in FIFA is a very personal one, and it means a lot, and it has a very different meaning. I lost my brother, my 39-year-old brother, about a week ago. He died of a heart attack very suddenly. I was alone in my bedroom in a country that is not my own. I barely made it to the phone to ask for help because I could feel that I was losing consciousness. Within those few minutes, I had a whole new family. I had people like Tatiana, I had people like Dr. Kathy Campbell, I had people like Neriko, I had a host of women. I mean, I'm sorry if I can't name the names now. Fatu, Wendy, Marilyn, you guys have all been absolutely fantastic. The word family for me in FIFA means so much more than just a name. This is what we do. We support each other. You were there for me when I needed you the most. I would also like to say to Dr. Kathy that you can now please give me back my keys. As you can see, I can stand up. I'm not a health risk anymore because she took my keys. Thank you very much. I'll get them from you after. I would also like to say that in the same manner as which we are here celebrating a great and joyous moment with the World Cup, there are others in the football family who are not in such a good place at this point in time, both mentally and physically. And in the same manner that you reached out to me and you made me feel like I really do belong and I have a second family called FIFA, it would be nice to know that you can reach out to these very people that we talk about, that you and I know are not in such a good place at this point in time and would need your love and help and that hug, the warmth that you showed to me. We as women are natural-born carers. God has given us that natural-born instinct to care, to show love, to protect. Let us do this. Let us use what we have and what we do best. Let us show love. Let us preach love for the game and for the world. I thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Isn't she amazing? I think you all agree that that was just the perfect way, a very, very powerful way to end off what really has been such a successful start to the symposium. So Isha, you've seen that you do have the support of the member associations here. You have the support of the Confederation of African Football. You've got the support and you've been given the platform as well by FIFA. So I think that we certainly are looking forward to power play becoming a game changer, not just for African girls and women, but there's other member associations as well that can relate to a lot of the challenges and situations that you spoke about in your particular presentation. Thank you so much, and continue to be a leading example when it comes to taking the game to even greater heights. Another round of applause. Well, we've reached the end of the formalities for day one. It's been extremely productive and really, really has been an amazing start to this symposium here in Canada. Please bring the same level of enthusiasm and the productivity that you displayed today with you tomorrow for day two's program. In day two, we are going to be talking about the business side of things in the beautiful game, about marketing, about promotion, and of course, making sure that the corporate world invests more in women's football. So we'll see you back here nice and early at 8:30 sharp to begin with the program at 9 a.m. Dinner will be served tonight from 7:30 p.m. Thank you all for being a part of it, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest.